what's up? We are ready to continue where we left off yesterday. We found that Stripe hadn't been implemented as it should have been. And we've asked the AI to go ahead and implement it. The question is, has it done its job? Does it work? Will we ship? Will we die? At least if we're dying trying. So let's get into it. Let's get fucking locked in and just deliver this thing. Because I am so hyped. I'm also super stressed out because of the time that is left of this challenge. But I feel confident that we will at least produce a lot of code. Either it will be garbage or it will be good. Who knows? So let's see. Right, so I've been asking it to make sure that Stripe is 100% working. I haven't tested this yet. So we're just in the process of compiling. It just finished compiling and we're going to start up the server now. We've set up the secrets, so I did that this morning. And the real question is, will we ship? Will we die? I have no clue. And also, mind you, we still have a whole bunch of little details that we need to fix. Even if we get Stripe working now, we need the deployment, which is not trivial because it's all going to be deployed in Kubernetes. We need to make sure that it's at least not complete trash what we're shipping. So in a world of AI slop, we do want to ship something that works. And that is the game here, or the name of the game. So whether we will reach that or not, I am not sure. As you can see, the counter is counting down. 2 days, 1 hour and 35 minutes. That's what we're left with. Let's see, it's all spun up now and ready. Let's dive into it. Oh. Okay. I think that's an improvement from yesterday. So the first thing we see is we require a subscription. I would want to have a sign out button here because I think we're seeing this because I'm signed in. But honestly, we should be able to at least sign out and do a little bit more than that. Okay, let's try to. Okay, we can see more. We can sign out. Wait, what is it saying? Why am I seeing this? Okay, so I'm not subscribed. And Stripe is not configured on this deployment, so canceling will fail. Why does it write that? Oh my fucking god, we are so screwed. Like, Claude, you had one job. Make payments work. It's just... yeah, it's not a refresh issue, let's just... okay. Maybe this is just a trivial issue with a key. I really hope so. But so far, I think Claude is leaving out a whole bunch of things it just ought to have addressed. So guys, if you want a career advice, go and become a QA engineer. They're going to be in demand because this kind of slop we see all the time. And we need somebody to fix it. Eventually companies are going to wake up and they'll be like, what the fuck is this mess? How are we going to solve it? And the answer is we need QA engineers to test things over and over again and make sure that those things are being properly tested. And unfortunately, I think that's also what we are going to have to do today, because so far I have very, very little faith in Claude's ability to execute what I ask it to. All right. Okay, so let me see. What is it saying here? My onset reading was wrong. Print env doesn't exist in that image. Oh my god, so it hasn't managed to do anything at all. It just needs to redo all of this. Pressed. This is not true, Claude. You are. Oh no. Okay. Okay, let's fix this. I feel confident that we'll be able to fix this, but honestly, this is not true. I've just set the secret right before we started here because I wanted to start off with one of those success moments where things are just working. Clearly, that's not what's in the cards for me today. So we're going to update this. And I can see here in the secrets vault that Claude is not even right. The secret is set. So what the fuck, Claude? Really? Let's just do one more check just to be sure that we're right and Claude is wrong. Hey, how are you doing today, mate? I'm a little stressed out today, so as you know, we need to deliver this in 2 days, and I mean, Claude is just completely screwing me over. It's not doing what I'm asking it to. So okay, so we're just going to have a look here if yeah, so you see there the secret is set and it's a normal key, so that ends with KDC. So we've set this for sure. Okay, now get to fucking work, Claude. You need to solve this because I'm not paying for you for me to have to do this manually. Yeah, we need to log in. You're right about that. We need to get this working. We need to get it shipped just out of the door so we can start selling. Unfortunately, without Stripe, we will not be selling much. And I am getting very concerned at this point because this ought to have been a really simple task for Claude to do. I would have expected it to just go straight through it. It has a reference implementation it can completely copy. It has everything that it needs. All it has to do is copy what's already there. It's not a hard task. How's your ads campaign going? Any progress? Okay, so at least Claude is acknowledging that we are right now. And oh, well done. Well done. That's pretty good. I could definitely use a day where I close off $1,400 in revenue. But I think we are soon getting into a position where we'll be able to do this. So we get this product out and we'll get another product out, and then we're locking in on marketing. That will be everything we're doing. But we do need that Stripe for revenue. If that's not landing today, then I don't know what we are going to do. I'll probably be up all night to fix this. All right, while it's doing its thing over here, I am still working on another project. Let me just put on this camera here. All right, the casino, you say? That seems like risky business. I think the odds are stacked against you there, mate. Stick with your business. Stick with your business. Seems like a much safer bet. At least to me. Reinvest the money into marketing. Bet on yourself. All right, we are working on another project down here. Once we're done with Fast Coach, I will be ready to show that one to you. We have touched a bit upon it in some of the earlier live streams, but we are going to, that's the second product we're going to log in and just get that done as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So I saw this talk yesterday by a UX expert, and he had some really good inputs that we're going to put into this product. So it's going to be best in class, and hopefully once we have Fast Coach over the doorstep, we can log into the next one, ship that one, and just get it out there for people to work with. So I am super hyped about this. I am also completely stressed out at this point because we do need to get this over the finish line, and I feel like I spent too much time building and too little time on marketing. The truth is, I don't have enough time. So that at this point in my life, yeah, I'm having a family, and yeah, spending my time trying to build out this company. So I'm doing a bit of consultancy. Then I'm spending a lot of time trying to build out my own products. So I saved up a bit of money earlier this year, and then in May I've been choosing to go full-time just working on this. But ever since then, my revenue has been absolutely zero, so I'm in complete minus. And at some point, if I don't start earning some money, I'll go back to having to do some consultancy. But that's exactly what my second project is about. That is to make sure that we can do more faster. And I'm really, really enthusiastic about for that one to come around. We're not quite there though. Not yet anyway. What about yourself, mate? Do you have any family? And just remind me again, I seem to recall it was Canada you're from, Toronto? Is that right? Oh, nice. Yeah, I think a lot of indie hackers are doing that, just traveling and building stuff. That's a bit harder when you have a family, but this is one of the things that I really want to get to a point where I can just work from anywhere in the world and bring my family along. That's true, but I feel like that's a matter of just being, what do you call it? Careful with how you're managing your money. So be financial literate, mate. If you want to read a good book, read the one called The Richest Man in Babylon. That one is an absolutely awesome book. It has some really, really great insights in how you can manage your money and manage your cash flow without feeling that you don't have money enough. And it's on Audible, so it's super easy to read. You just need a pair of headphones. It's about 4 hours, but it's 4 hours well spent. Sounds like a stressful state to be in, though. Okay, it seems that we're making progress here. But honestly, I wish that Claude would just work a bit faster, because this is almost unbearable to wait for. So while it's doing that, let's get back to just having a look at where we're at with the second project we're going to work on. So we briefly discussed this yesterday. We have set up the landing page. The sign-up email works. It takes payment. So unlike our fastcoach.io, we've already set up payment for this whole system. It's a lot easier to ship because this is just an app, whereas Fastcoach is going to be a SaaS. And the only thing we need here is the product to actually be finished. It's working on my laptop, and hopefully at some point this week, late this week, we will have the first beta version of it ready, and then we can start shooting videos, promotional videos. But we really do want this to be finished soon. My wife is very supportive of this project, well, of all the projects that I'm doing. So, and she thinks it's pretty cool that I'm trying all of these things out, instead of just going for the normal route where you just take a 9 to 5. Instead, we are building out a pretty nice life for ourselves. So you'll see that the way that I've built out my whole life here is that I do remote consulting, and then I'm working on these projects. And at the same time, that has allowed me to build a really, really nice studio. And inside that studio, I actually have a mini gym. So it's overall giving me a pretty good lifestyle, and giving us a pretty good lifestyle. Although it is stressful at times, and I think that's the number one thing that is hard to deal with. How do you deal with the stress of not knowing what next month is going to look like? Okay, let's while it's doing this, so it's already spent 17 minutes just trying to fix this one thing. And I don't have patience for just standing and waiting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the Claude over here on my laptop to move things over to the desktop. In that way, we can keep on making progress on 2 projects at once. We also have another little project that I'm doing here on the side. So basically, I'm trying to make a widget that will allow me to do a direct screen overlay while we're doing these streams. So I want to put extra information on the screen that is live, not just the things that can come from my Rodecaster, but I want to have some extra stuff that we put on there. And for that, we are trying to build out a overlay app. Okay, let's try to run this command just to check out what's happening. So it wants us to run this. Why is it not just a single app that we would like to access file on a removable? Why would it want to do that? Okay, let's just trust it. If the live stream crashes, you know it's because Claude destroyed my computer. So, but actually thinking about it, since I'm running the live stream directly on my router, I don't think that would impact things beyond that my computer would just restart. So probably the live stream will be fine. Okay. So what we've asked it to do is to build out a overlay app, and so it's made this thing, but there is no sign of the actual overlay anywhere, which is kind of sad and not really what I hoped for. All right, let me show you here. So it has all of these things for managing it, but it doesn't appear anywhere on any of my screens. All right, how are we doing on getting this done? It is still ridiculously slow. I think once you go live, your viewers will explode. Yeah, I hope so. So one of the things that I'm really excited about is basically both of the two products that I'm building out is meant to tie in to other people's communities and products. Right, so the first one we're building, I showed you that one yesterday. That's fast codes where you have, it's for creators who has a Discord channel. Right, and so just by interacting with those people, if they mention you even once, you get quite a lot of exposure. So if they're happy with what you're doing, you'll get quite a lot of exposure because they naturally have a huge following. So I think that in itself has quite a lot of potential to drive people to my channel. The second one is this agentic desktop where you can do your work. And again, the idea is as soon as the base is done, we're going to integrate a whole bunch of different products into it such that you can access these products from within that desktop. And that will allow me to tag different people as I do the integrations live. And hopefully that will also be a good way of driving traffic. Do you have a version of yourself in your Discord that we can go and abuse? Not yet. We need to get this deployed first before that's coming. So what will come, right? So let me show you here. If you go to trolls.im, wait, where do I have a browser? Here. If you go to trolls.im, there is a placeholder for a version of myself. And here you also find the Discord community that you can join. Eventually there will be, once we have this up running, which hopefully will be today, we're going to add this one such that it works on the website, and we're going to add it to the Discord community such that people can try it out. So it's coming for sure. But we need to be ready to launch the first version before we are actually rolling it out. And unfortunately, Claude is letting us a bit down here. How you can donate to my stream. I actually don't have any way of doing that at the moment. If that's something you'd like to do, I can set up a Patreon or something like that. Alternatively, if you want to, it depends a bit on what the amount would be, but I could set up a Patreon for sure. And just to be clear, that would be very welcome. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Can you commission to build my crazy SaaS idea? So could you clarify what you mean? Are you asking if I could build a SaaS for you? Yeah, I think I don't really have time to build any more than I'm already building. So that would be super hard. I am open to working with people, but I'm relatively expensive if I have to work full time on something. So I'm not sure that would fit into your budget. How much would you charge to get an MVP out? I actually do have a website for that. If you are interested in that, you can go to oneupstudio.com. It is not exactly cheap. So typically an MVP costs $30,000. But in here you can book if you want to really get an MVP out, and that means that you get pretty much undivided attention for 8 weeks. And we can build it in public or in private if you like. Up to you. All right, let's see. Where did we get to with this one? Still working on it. The same for this. Okay, so we have to write this. Unfortunately, a couple of days ago, Claude decided to reveal some of my secrets in a live stream. I was pretty unhappy about that. And I really don't want that to happen again. In particular, not a Stripe secret. That would be really bad. A weight tracker app for my niche, black women. Okay. So what should this weight tracker app do besides just tracking weight? Well, you know, we could try one thing while we are here. Let's just go to documents, test. Oh, wait, do I not have a test area? I should have a test area. Oh, I did not make a test area. Let's do that. Well, that's why I need to hire someone to figure out, but it's... but above is my only requirement. That's not much to go by. Let's just have a... Okay, it seems to have finished this now. Excellent. We need to go and test this right away. We're putting out the build again, and well, so probably the first thing you want to do is get really clear on what you're building, who you're building it for, and so on. And so what I would do is I would simply start up Claude. Let's just do danger. So you can do this by yourself, but let's walk through it while we're waiting for the AI to finish stuff. So I would start up Claude. Probably you would want to do it in a sandbox if you're using these permissions, because they are, as they say, dangerous. And then I would ask Claude, I need to build a weight tracker app. I need you to interview me about all the requirements. So you could go and get some of the skills that already does this. So there are a whole bunch of skills out there that can do this. But if you don't have the skills, just doing this with one of the modern models is going to get you a long way. Ask one question at a time. And once you have enough information, write out the specs. Right, and so what it will do now is it will just start asking me questions. And so I think this is a great first question. What platform are you actually targeting? Should this be a web app, native app, desktop app, or a terminal app? right? And you only get to pick one. You can't pick all of them. So you need to limit scope and ask yourself, which one of these is it? This one should be finished as well now. Let's test that out and see if that's actually working as it should. Let's see, did it actually make it such that we can show the layout? Rescan displays. Okay, what display do we want to show this on? Oh wait, I think I saw play one. Oh, I actually see it on one of the displays now. Oh, we see it here. There's the overlay. Nice. You can't see that because of me. But the overlay is actually working, so it's now creating a small overlay here. Let's get this hooked up with Restream, because this is super cool. Okay, then we can start making the messages come. So whenever people write messages, they should appear on the screen. We're going to do that. All right, let's go back and check where the terminal is at. So we got an answer from FSD driver. Let's put that in first. So I'm just going to copy a text across here. This is what you should do on your own machine, right? Okay, so question 2. Who exactly is this niche? You said this niche will... You said this niche will not use it and bounce, which tells me you have a specific user in mind. Who are they and what's wrong with their weight trackers? They've tried already. MyFitnessPal, HappyScale, Libra, Apple Health, and so on. So, next question for you, FSD driver. I don't know if you can see the full question here. Fortunately, I can't scroll it up, so... Let's see, let's do something else. Let's add a padding. We're just going to do this and then pop that right in here. And then I put myself over there. Now you can read the question. So this is the next question for you. Just pop it in the chat and I will put it in. And in the meantime, I'm just starting up this server. Okay. So the server's starting up again. Let's check it out in just a second. Once it says ready, ready, ready. Okay, we have everything up running. Good. We need to bring the mailbox in as well. Getting back here. So just relaying your message here while we are testing at the same time. And then let's open up the Okay, we're logged in. And we have an active subscription. First question, can we cancel it? No, we can't cancel it. Okay, so canceling is broken. This is going to be a very long day. Let's try to log out and then log in with a different user. It may be because our user was an admin. Yeah, so there we go. When it's not an admin user and doesn't have a plan, we're now being asked to see plans and subscribe. Honestly, this is not what we asked for. We didn't ask for $20 per month, but oh my goodness, this is not working either. So in other words, Stripe is still completely broken. It's not integrated at all, and it hasn't fixed anything. But the gate is working, so the access gate is working. We can't access anything without the subscription, so that's the good news. But honestly, this is really bad. I'm not sure we'll be able to fix this. Let's have a look. So we want to touch that one. Don't want to touch that one, but this one. Okay, so while it does that, let's go back to the spec that we were trying to make. And so question 3. Which is it and what's the emotional experience you want to open? So here's the next question for you that you need to answer. Concretely, when a user weighs in and the number went up, what should the app do? So natural instrument, show the number and the trend. Supportive coach, streak accountability, something else. What do you have in mind? What should it do? All right, so we are building out Fast Coach, and so far it's not going very well because Stripe integration doesn't work. In the meantime, we've picked up a project that's coming from one of the people who are watching the live stream, so we're just writing out the specs for that. I'm also having some work going on my laptop that I will show you hopefully later this week. Maybe earlier than that, we'll see. And let's see. If we go back here, okay, so you're trying to hire somebody to figure that out for you. Let's try something here. So let's try to see if we can figure this out. So we're just getting it to write a brief on what we actually need to understand about our audience before we move on with the next thing. And we're going to take that into Gemini, and then we're going to do deep research on this particular segment. Okay, so we're copying this. And let's head over to our browser and fire up Gemini. We hit here. Oh, no, it does that thing again. Let's hit deep research. Okay, so we're trying now to make a research report on this specific segment that FSD driver is asking about. So we got him to answer, or her to answer the two first questions for our spec, and then the third answer was, I don't know, get somebody to research it. And so we're getting Gemini to now research this. We're going to feed that back into Claude in the hope that we will understand this segment slightly better. And it might be that we get blocked by Google because this is slightly tangential related to medical advice or diagnosis. We'll see. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. In the meantime, we are trying to get fastcoach.io over the edge so we are ready to ship that one. We're also building a YouTube overlay that we can use when we're doing live streams. That one is not quite ready yet, but basically what we want to be able to do is we want the comments to come up here on the screen so that people can see what's happening, and we also want to have the stats of what's going on. To my huge disappointment, Claude has failed at producing a Stripe integration. And this is Opus 5, like it's one of the best models we have available in Europe right now, and it's still doing a really poor job. It has a complete reference implementation. All it had to do was copy paste the implementation of an existing product, and it completely failed at that. So I fear a bit if it doesn't do its job now, we'll have to bring in Codex as well to see if that can fix the problem. Okay, and we're going to start the research now. Okay, and I see the issue here. So you see our overlay is now nicely coming up here. To be honest, what I need in the long run is someone to run my business entirely as an automation human in the loop at the top. So my involvement is minimal and I can do what I want. Yeah, I get that. But before you do that, you need to know exactly what your business is and how to actually build it out. This is one of the things that I'm working on, making sure that I can automate as much of it, but without actually putting any humans in. Right, so one of the problems we're having here is that the overlay is working, only it doesn't work when it's full screen. So you see, if I go here to full screen, the overlay has disappeared. So we just need to add that as feedback to Claude here. Ah, I see. Okay, I misunderstood. If you have an app that is full screen, the overlay doesn't show up. Okay. It seems that it's done doing what it was doing. So one thing that's still not fixed properly, I don't understand why it's coming back to me if it's not fixed. I asked it to fix it, not to come back and tell me that things are not fixed. Still reaches empty from the vault. I could not find what empties it. My God, I'm so disappointed in Claude at this point. It really ought to not be all that hard to do. Okay, we have a research report. This is very long. I'm not going to read it. But as you can see, it's based on a whole bunch of sources from amongst other medical things. So let's just see if we can copy this to the clipboard. Copy content, yeah. Let's move back here and press escape. Here is the report. I believe it answers your question. Let's see what Claude is going to do with that. Another hire that I will make soon is for someone to make 3 to 4 vibe-coded apps per day based on keywords I give them. It must be a working app that functions, but I need them to be done as fast as possible. I think that's very ambitious. In my experience, you can maybe get 1 vibe-coded app out per day if you really want to, but it's going to be garbage for the larger part. So think better approach is to hire somebody to research markets and find pain points and then solve something that people actually want, rather than trying to do a shotgun approach and just make a million apps. At least that would be my take on it. Nice. And so if you see here, our overlay is now coming through on top of these apps as well. That's pretty cool. So soon we will have overlay, and I'm wondering what we should add into that. So I think ARR should definitely be a thing that we want to have here. I think we probably also want to add comments and other things. I'll pay like $50 an app, and as long as it works, then it's okay. Yeah, I think you won't get very far with that if you want to hire a human. For $50, you'll get about a quarter of my time. So that will not get you very far. But obviously you can find somebody who's cheaper, which might work. But still, I would focus on the research part. Figure out what do people actually struggle with right now. Okay. Oh, it broke. My goodness. This is not supposed to happen. Okay, let's see. So it has a question 4 for you. Monetization. How do you want to earn money on this app? Is this a one-time purchase or an annual subscription? Okay, it seems that it found the issue, so we're fixing right now and then we are retesting. I think it's time to sit down for a bit because I am feeling exhausted from whipping Claude. Actually, our build might interfere with that. So, FSD driver, I'm still waiting for your answer on how do you want to monetize this? One-time payment, annual subscription, or free? In the meantime, let's bring down another terminal. Where did our terminal go? It's right here. So let's do this. It's going to do let's check out how well it works, if it works at all. All right, we will stick with one-time payment. In the lack of an answer, I think that's where we will be going. I think let's do the prototype in TypeScript. Or maybe we should do Swift. Yeah, okay, let's do Swift. Yes, let's stick with phase 1. Okay, it's cleaned up all the .env. It's running the commands. I delete all the temporary from host pass-through is now gone. The vault is a single source, as you said. Still outstanding from earlier. The seeded plans Stripe IDs are local database points pointing to a test product ready in your account. But the database would need a real plan. Okay. Please remove. Please add a migration that removes this. These must be created in the admin panel. Let's check this out. Did it fix the issue? It says it's fixed the issue or not. Maybe have a look at what did we call that prototype? Let's just check that. Oh, I didn't merge that one. Right, I see. Okay, go with one. Also, is the migration to Restream fully done? Okay, cool. So we've now added a migration to remove the seeded plans. Because it really doesn't make any sense to have seeded plans for a system where we don't. Let's build this. And then once we've built it, so that might be Claude that's still working on it and running some tasks. Once that's done, the build is going to get through, and then we're going to retest this again. I've actually never done a Swift application before, so let's just try to get Claude to implement this and see what's happened. Also, we're kind of just winging it here rather than using known patterns. Mostly because I'm actually curious how well the models do now without following these patterns. Are they really that good that a person without the real patterns would be able to do things? So the way we are building fast codes, we have a lot of playbooks we're following, we have a lot of rules we're following. But this project requested by FSD driver, we're just trying to see how hard or easy it would be to just wing it with whatever is available for people who don't have all of the patterns in place for doing development. Yeah, just install Swift LSP. You can do this, Claude. Let's see, what is it asking here? Tori is a Git branch dependency, and this repo's create universally rendered. Pulling it means reversing the POC's workspace isolation. A full repin render technique into POC. I feel like this could actually end up being a real product. So I feel like we should do a full route at the JIT. Wait, what Terry says? Okay, let's talk about this, because I feel like the option that I want is not right there. And more importantly, would that solve the problem? I'm not sure. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Okay, so everything is built here. Let's just try to fire it up while Claude is doing whatever Claude is doing. Okay, let's check this out. So what does it say it proposes? Okay. Okay, so moving that intro doesn't solve it. Okay, so that doesn't solve it. Then we need to keep it in POC for now. The tower issue confirms the mechanism. Two tower subclasses, NS window and tower window. And override. Probably, and for one concrete reason. Okay. Okay, yes, then please use, keep this in /POC. So the reason why we have a POC folder inside of our repository is that the POC folder is not subject to our otherwise pretty strict policies that are inside the repository. So for instance, it's exempt from test coverage. It doesn't need to rely on safe code, and apps that are built inside of this folder are basically allowed to crash anytime. Also, we don't care about code duplication. And so the thing is that once we move the app out, once we've shown that the proof of concept is working, we still need to adhere to all the policies we have inside of the repository for the remaining apps. But we first have to deal with those ones once we have a kind of finished app. Let's get back and see if it started up in spite of the fact that we're still working. It didn't. In fact, we ended up having a problem because the two deployments are going to conflict, which is not great. This is still one of the limitations of Rush. I need to make it such that I can run multiple deployments without causing issue for one another. So I think one learning we're taking out of this is that even though we have a ton of boilerplate code, what we really need is an AI guide on how to use that code. That would make it Like basically a recipe for how do we integrate these things? How do we integrate them fast in a way that's correct? Because that doesn't seem to be working at the moment. And we want that for complicated or difficult implementation in particular. So whenever we want to implement something like Stripe, we want it such that this is just working. We don't want to spend 2 days on getting Stripe to work. Or God forbid, 3 days. We need to get this working today and get it out of the door. So while we're doing this, I am just going to ask Claude about one specific thing that I actually really would like to know. And that is, yesterday I saw an interesting YouTube video with a desktop pattern on, and I want to know what you would call this pattern. So the pattern looks like this. And so the idea here is that you create windows. When they get out on the side, they become smaller in basically proportional to the squares. And I think it's a really interesting concept that I would love to explore for OneUp. But I don't know how to describe this to an LLM because I don't know what the pattern is called. So I wonder what is it doing now. I think I'm going to tell, we need quicker iterations. This is going far too slow. Skip full tests and I will test manually. We will run full tests right before merging. Oh, and this was our overlay app that crashed again. let's see if we figured out what that pattern is called. Okay, so we need to get Claude to explain this. So basically, what we want here is the following. Could you make a brief for a concept here? So the pattern is representative of how desktop windows should behave when you move them to different parts of the screen. So if the pattern is way in the background, then the image should be transformed with a zoom factor such that it becomes smaller. That means that when you're moving the window out to the side, it should become smaller. When it's back on the center, it needs to be regular size. And if you move to the other side, it should become smaller again. So what we really want is to describe a situation where we're having a window manager, and that window manager is having the possibility of applying such a grid on top of its desktop and make sure that the apps are actually behaving in a way where they become smaller when you move them to the side. At the very edge, so when you get out to the edge, the app should morph into pet mode. So hopefully with this brief and the image, Claude will be able to give me a prompt that I can use for the desktop manager or the window manager we're writing out. In the meantime, I don't think that Claude actually understood that we are in a hurry here. We need to get this out of the door, so it needs to start doing things instead of trying to run the full test suite. We're just going to stop it, and then we're just going to good. So it stopped the test now. Hopefully it got the message that we want to iterate quick on this. And I feel like this is one of the places where Codex really shines. So it's end-to-end testing with the built-in browser and all of that is really something that I appreciate. Actually, it could be interesting to just get it to do a live example of this. We could do that in the UI manager prototype. I think we're going to do that. So one of the things I really love doing is using Claude for making prototypes really quickly and then move those ones into my production code and use that as a reference. So let's see what's next. 2 things you should know before you test. I removed this. Why the fuck did you remove the Stripe CLI service? Oh my goodness, you are so incompetent, Claude. I think that's it. I'm going to quit. I'm going back to a normal 9-to-5 job. This is too much. Nobody should have to be faced with this kind of stupidity. Honestly. I mean, come on. The Stripe CLI is a backbone of testing Stripe. The attention field, I like that. It's a nice name. Okay, so if you recall, we have this... Wait, let's see. Oh my goodness, it wants me to sign in all the time. Go away. Window manager landing page. But where's our actual window manager thread? So we have the artifact here, but why is that one not shown? Okay. And what is it? Now it split these into... Okay. Very confusing. Oh my goodness, this is completely broken now. Wait, what is running here? Right, that's that one. And this just goes to show that AI still needs human guidance. This was a very trivial thing that it should have known, but somehow it just decided to go off on its own and make assumptions and do whatever it felt like doing. Oh, that one is full screen. That was the issue. so how come this is taking so long? It shouldn't take this long. See, this other thing gets started as it should. Yes, it's building that now. Cool. Okay, so it says we're ready now to test this, but we cannot see if Stripe is actually successfully running, and that's a bit of a problem. In fact, we're getting bad gateway here. That's not a good Okay, so it's messed up the migrations. Right, let's see if our concept has been implemented. No, it's still working on it. But our YouTube overlay should be done now. Let's see what happens if we try some of the things. Okay, so it doesn't show on... Okay, and we can still crash it. So there are two issues with this YouTube overlay. If you remove the overlay from the main screen, and two, the overlay does not show on over full screen apps again. And it seems to me that Board doesn't have the same sense of urgency as I have. We need to get this done. Okay, it should have fixed the migration now, and it should also have implemented the Stripe notification we asked for. Okay, cool. Let's check this out. We're building. Nearly there. Nice, and we see... Oh, wait. That disappeared now. For a little second there was a YouTube overlay message. That's coming. Let's see what it's built here. Let's try this out. I'm curious. So this is our desktop concept we're working on. Oh, that doesn't feel quite as smooth as we would want it to. But it does the thing with shrinking it down, but then when it shrinks down to the pet mode, it just disappears out of the screen. So the basic concept works. I don't think we're quite there yet. This needs to be more granular. Fully to the left, it ends up just disappearing. Also, we need this to be it's the refresh button on this thing. How do I refresh? Maybe I don't. Ah, there it refreshed. So this is a window that's dragged out to the side, and when you hover it, it zooms up. So you actually get, that's a nice effect that wasn't in the original thing, right? So it becomes big again. Okay. So the other thing that's an issue here is also when it morphs into a pet, the dragging becomes super buggy. It's like it doesn't let go again. Okay, so that's, we're waiting for the build here that's ready. Let's test this out. All right, while this is spinning up, I'm just jumping out for a quick break. Okay, we still don't see the stripe. Let's see, I can do tap. Tap to see the mails. Okay, cool. What else can I do? Control T to shut down, R for restart. Page up and... Oh, I can use page up and down for locks. I didn't know that. It's actually pretty nice. It's a bit slow. Okay, but anyway, it's nice. But there's no stripe here. Okay. That should not prevent us from testing. Okay, and we have passed. Oh, we're not passed. See, so the API might not start up. Let's have a look at that. Okay. Is still broke. And I don't see Stripe in Rush. Wait, what is this? That's not what I copied. This is some random garbage. That's not what I copied. Oh my god. Can I not copy things? Oh shoot, that's the wrong thing. Let's try that again. Let's see. Okay, but it's all here. It's all here. Okay, great. Let's see, where does it say Stripe? It says it a great many places. So I think this is going to be the last SaaS that I'm ever shipping. It simply takes too much time. So much easier to build apps and just ship those ones. Right, so that's building. Let's see, where are we with this? Okay, so how do I run this again? And is Restream fully integrated? Okay, so it seems that I can't turn off the main screen. I can. I don't understand. Why is the API garbage? Okay, what redirect URL do I need for this to work? Let's get back here. It seems to have fixed this, so let's try it again. Okay. Just connected, restream, and nothing works. I just see YouTube chat overlay. Let's just try this one again and see if that works now. So we see the overlay here, but it doesn't show the things that it should show. Let's get back to our terminal and see it's still building. And there's still no Stripe information here. That's a bit disappointing. I would have expected that to be there by now. Let's see if the backend is truly ready this time. So that is running. But there's no Stripe information. Anyway, that will not prevent us from actually trying this out. If we just go here, we should see a mail. And in that mail, we should have a one-time code. This is slightly easier to read in the web inbox. There we go. Okay, let's go to billing. No plan. Okay, so we need to go to the admin page now and create the plans. We'll do that. But hold on, there's a whole bunch of plans here. That makes absolutely no sense. So why would it say that there are no plans when there clearly are plenty of plans? So I can edit this product. We can go here. Let's just do this. See if that changes anything. Lord, you're not worth the money that I'm paying for you right now, so please make this work. Show that you actually can do the work that I need you to do. Okay, let's do this and see how this updated version works. Nice. All of a sudden we have so much more space on our... That's really nice. I love this. This not so much. Why have it put it in the same site? Okay. That it feels like we can fix that. So that means that we can now drag things back in. We can move them out on the side when we don't need them. If we would... And we probably just want to be able to decide what the drop looks like. Right, because now we can... And still have this main view where we can bring things back into the normal size. Let's bring Claude back in here. I like this concept. I like it a lot. This is super nice. Now there are a few UX bugs here that we need to deal with, but overall this is a nice concept. Right, it makes it super easy to have a lot of stuff on a small workspace. Okay. So I think we're going to leave that for now. It feels like we still have a little bit of work to do to get the feeling completely right. Then we need to figure out how do these things work when maybe the way that this should work would be that it just cuts into the disk, not move it around. Okay, I think this is good. So what did we call this thing? I don't even remember. Attention fields. Okay, we're going to just try out that concept. I think that might work out nicely. So we are ready now to start this up again and see if it works as it should. Let's see. What does it write here? Confirmed. The messages is truthful but useless. There's no sellable subscription. Oh, I see. They are set up as one-time payments, not subscriptions. Holy fuck. Okay, that explains a lot. That makes a lot of sense. Let's try this one again and see if our overlay is now working. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of things coming here in the terminal, but there's no messages showing up, so what happens if we move this to a different disk and bring it back? Nothing. It still says waiting for messages. So I'm just trying to change the text size. That does nothing. Opacity does nothing. Number of messages on the screen does nothing. So it doesn't react on anything that I ask it. And respond when I change anything in the presentation section. All right, we built this and then we're going to start it up again. Meanwhile, let's see if this UI experiment we are playing around with has any updates. Oh, it does. It's not finished yet. It's still running. We'll just leave that running for now. Get back to our code. Let's see. So while we wait for that to start up, let's try and see if it actually... Nice, but we can't move those ones around. Can we? Scroll doesn't work either, it seems.
Let's go. Never took too much, I keep on giving. Gotta move racks to keep on living. Can feel when the lion fibbing. Straight in your eyes and cold as ice. How many chances, yeah, are you giving? Can see how they're treating women. Doesn't matter how vexed you are, I'm livid. Be in the flow state, can't be rigid. Nothing don't change if you don't merge. Feel so comfortable, there's no urge. Income up, uppercase like birds. Better sleep, yeah, but it could be worse.
So I wonder if they should zoom out when we do this. So obviously the screen that I'm working on here is a bit small. And so this is really a feature that works better when you're having a larger screen.
It's gone in a blink.
Okay, and there's a bug there we need to fix. Okay, but I absolutely love this. This is a great concept in many ways.
Yeah, it could be worse. Yeah. When you're locked in, keep on going, keep on writing, keep on flowing. It's cold, but
The dragging here still needs a bit of work.
ducking, diving, juggling, throwing. BTS the seeds we're sowing. No one that I'm borrowing from or owing. Big boy mental plain like Bowen. Determined to keep on growing. Lyrics to service, it keeps on showing. Stay in my own boat, keep on rowing. Roll, roll, roll. What are you doing with the things you're knowing? It's not clear and I'm not sure, so I just wanna go, go, go.
Okay, so let's give the
Baby, that's what they want.
agent some feedback here. So scrolling doesn't work. We cannot pull the guides. Go back here and we just... Oh, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. There's also a bug. When you start, let's just do this with microphone. I think that makes more sense. So when you start dragging a window that has been minimized, so it's at the edge of the screen, what happens is that it first expands. You then grab the title bar, but when it starts dragging, the drag point is not the correct one that you actually started dragging, and there is a shift between the window and the mouse that you're using. We need to debug this and make it work really nicely.
Bittersweet world, bittersweet life. Bittersweet life.
Right. Oh, nice. Will you look at that? Our overlay is starting to work. My goodness. We need to then get this integrated with something real. And also I think we need a little bit of design on this. This doesn't look amazing just yet. But it is definitely better than it was. There are things happening. What happens if we move this to the real stream? Does that work? No. Nice. And as we change desktop, these messages just follow, so that's great. We probably need to have some hotkeys to make them hide again. And also, they definitely need a redesign. This is this is taking unusually long to compile this. So let's go back and just have a look. This is still running. Okay, let's get back here and see. So it definitely seems fixed now. Let's try to run it again. Instead of demo mode, we're going to connect this to Restream. It should be connected now. It says waiting for messages. Let's see, did that work? It didn't. Okay, meantime, did our thing, it's ready to start now. So we're going to get this up running. Cool, we're ready. Let's try this again. Okay, let's see if the AI was right, that we just need to add a subscription. Let's go here to plans. Going to edit the product. We're just going to import one of our gazillion options that we've already created inside of Stripe. Okay, we've now imported one. Let's try to go back. Man, Stripe, Lord is so full of shit. This is really starting to get on my nerves. Let's see if there's any other options we have failed to see here. So it's active, it's a zero display order. So maybe we need to add the I can't even do the grant here. Why can't I do the grant? Custom capability. Ah, there is a button there. Okay, I just can't see it. What happens if we do that? So it has that one now. Wait, no. Okay. Let's get rid of that and that. Oh wait, it says something about allowance. We also need to set an allowance. Is that the issue? This is a very untested piece of crap. That's basically how it feels. AI slop when it's the worst. Let's see, how is our UI prototype doing? Oh, it's blinking a bit, but we can make it. Okay, but I want to be able to move them individually. So what is... Okay, so that we need to give us feedback. Oh, wait, maybe I just need to press it once? Ah, I just need to press it once. Nice. Okay. This actually works really well. It makes it super easy to focus on a single window that we want to work on. And that's really nice while having a whole bunch of things open. But you do need to move it all the way to the corner to get a pet mode. Also, the inner part doesn't seem to... Well, okay, it does change. But I want to be able to move these individually. So for instance, if I want to only make this a vertical thing, I should be able to do that. And so we basically, by doing this, we are having our ordinary desktop encapsulated in this, because you can just go back to how it was. But then if you want to go into focus mode, you put these ones here, and now you move the windows around. I think that's pretty useful. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, cool. What did it find here? Before you present, pick one. Complete the real Stripe checkout with your test card first. That's genuinely now possible. Okay, well, if you claim so, let's test it, see if you're right or not. Okay, let's see if Claude is right. Can we complete a checkout? I think not. Oh, that appears now. Okay. That genuinely seemed useful. That works now. We can chat to it. The subscription is active and it charged from our credits. Let's just try to do another one and see that it's actually charging our credits. We just need to get rid of this one. That one is really annoying. Nice. How come it answers so fast? That's a little bit worrying. Okay, but we will deal with that later. It's actually doing a really good job. And we have that one, so we could basically embed it. Right, we're testing the credits. Remaining credits. Why can I not see how much I've used? And also, I am already successful. I am already subscribed, so why does it ask to subscribe again? For 1,000 credits. Okay, let's just chat a bit. Okay, so it's clearly not using the right coaching thing because it should not be able to answer that. So this is a bit of a problem. It should have used the coaching module that's present in fastcoach.io. It doesn't seem to do that. So it might very well be that even though that thing we now have billing working, it doesn't seem to do exactly as it should. Seems I'm focused on business development. Okay, so actually it does that right. Let's see if it charged us for this. Billing, let's see. Yeah, we have gone 1 cent down. That's pretty good. So it seems that the charging is working. We can now subscribe. And we just need to make this pretty. So one concern I have left is the sources. But holy crap, there is a possibility that we will actually deliver this. Let's see, did we get this working? Moving it around to different corners now work. So we can now do top left, we can do top right. So you'll see the YouTube overlay chat is there. Text size doesn't seem to work. Opacity works. Width. Okay. Messages on screen. Fades after. Show avatar. Okay, so let's see. So let's just do this. Wait, where did my microphone go? Wait, what is this? This is actually doing stuff. It does. So it's still just having the wait for messages in the overlay. It's not clear to me whether this is a bug or because it's working as it should. So could we make an option that it persists the last 3 messages or last n messages? Also, I note that text size doesn't really work. Width doesn't seem to affect anything. And messages on the screen doesn't seem to affect anything. I don't know about fade after because I can't get any of the messages in. But I think it would be great to have something that allows us to persist messages if needed, just so we can test this, and also maybe we do want that in a stream. Okay, it seems that we are slowly getting to that one. And then it's just a matter of how we're going to format that and make that look like verb. That means that we can basically pull in the stats of what's happening as we live stream. All right, let's test the new version of the desktop. Cool. So now we can make this asymmetric, which means that we could, do it like that. Could do that. Oh, yeah. Cool. That makes so we can bring things back into focus. And we can decide where on the screen we're going to have that focus. So one thing I'm curious about is if it's made full screen work the way that I would want it to work. Okay, so there are a few things here. First of all, we want it such that we can drag these lines all the way to the side. Or maybe not. Yeah, we want it so we can drag it all the way to the side, I think. So when we press full screen, the app should full screen within the rect. Let's try that. I think that's a nice concept. Okay, let's see where we're at with the Stripe stuff. Interesting. This was definitely solved at some point, so let's see. What I've landed is the working shape, and it takes the correct half of the compound cutters config. Listen forward to ready stripe hook. Nice. Well, you look at that. We just got a message through. So our overlay works. Let's see, it should disappear again in 44 seconds. And we can make the text size bigger now. Make it smaller. Make it more or less opaque. So that feels like that's kind of done for V1. I think all we need to do now is basically figuring out what we want to do with this. So it would be great if we could make a good design for this. So let's ask it, how are these notifications formatted? I mean, is it HTML for creating a layout of the messages? Nice. This means that we can get a web designer to make okay, I wonder, could we maybe make these configurable inside of the app? That feels like a thing you want to do, right? Template them with Terra, and then with Terra, once you have that, you could make them configurable inside of the app. That seems like a thing to do. And this is still working, so we're not quite there yet. So I think two things we want to have is we want to add a few things to this. So I think the first thing I would love to have is the ability to reply. So we want a second panel inside here where we can reply to messages. We're just going to copy what Restream has already done. Amazing. So could we make it such that you could configure the cards using HTML, and then we use a template engine such as Terra to render the templates as we show them, as we show the cards for messages. And then I would love to have a sidebar where you can choose settings. You should be able to choose chat so you can respond to people directly from within the app. And finally, we should have the configuration of the cards themselves. Okay, I think that's what we need. We're just going to add what oh wait, that's the wrong one. Next version is ready here. Let's see if it did the full screen thing. It didn't do that. I think this is really cool. I love this concept. And now it seems that we have also fixed the issue by simply making it such that it doesn't pop out when you hover, which is exactly how it should be. So just going to place that one up here. Oh. Why does this? It does. So if you're grabbing it here. Interesting. So there's still a little bit of a UI quirk here in how that should work. Nice. I feel like we're getting somewhere here. And the thing is, we can still interact with the UI, which is so cool. So we can actually still press deny to the permissions here. It does feel a bit hard to control though, these things. But I think this is going to work really well on a big screen. And so on a small screen, basically all you have to do is, if you don't like this, all you do is you zoom completely out and it becomes a normal desktop again. And you don't really care where you have these guards. Just put them like that. And your main window should full size within the square of the guards. That was a bit that we didn't get right, so. Let's just try to see what does this look like if I make the screen even bigger than this. Just going to do like this. Yeah, now it becomes a lot easier to navigate, right? So we're moving that out here. And then we still have all of our small windows available here. So that works out just fine. And it seems that we're testing right now. Let me just remove that test from this screen. This is step 2, right? Yeah. Cool. Right. And now if I just want a regular desktop experience, all I have to do is go here and basically zoom this out. It's back to normal. Zoom in here. And so this is basically just defining your focus area. Or our attention area, let's call it that. And interestingly, this ought to be something that we probably, at least for documents, this seems like an important concept. Oh, so there's something happens here. You can get to a point where the title bar is outside of the screen. We need to work on that. But I think the other thing here is pretty good. So let's just do. I love the concept here. This is absolutely amazing. So we can actually make them pretty small, right? And so one thing is that this UI doesn't work as well for the top part. Because we can't actually grab the title bar. So probably the issue here is that the size is based on the center of the window. Oh, I see. Whereas we would want it to be based on the edge that's the closest to the edge. If that makes sense. Right, because when you're moving it up, that actually shouldn't matter, should it? I wonder if this is based on the center or it's based on the bottom, because it's behaving differently. But basically we wanted to do the edge that's the closest to the edge. Because that is the only thing that will solve the title bar issue. Okay, so now we have full screen mode as well. Let's try that out. So now when we press full screen, it basically just goes to the area that we have defined as the full screen. And so if that's the full screen, then that's the full screen. Okay, cool. Let's give it the next instruction here on what we want to do. Okay. Next, we need this. The size of the window. Okay, let's just speak this out in words because it takes so long to write. The size of the window should be determined by the window's edge that is closest to the edge of the screen. That is, if we're moving it towards the top edge of the window's distance to the top edge of the full canvas should be determining the size, and if we're moving it to the bottom, it should be the bottom edge of the window distance to the bottom that decides. And likewise for the sides. Does this make sense? If it does, go ahead and implement it. If not, ask. All right, we are coming to the end of this live stream. It's been a pleasure having you on the channel, and thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Until then, take care.